I did it. I'm on. Okay, I think. Okay. Just having a few problems. Anyway, yes, I know. I'm on a little late. Anyway, there's a lot going on. Not just in the world, but here too. Um, and I've had it for a while that it's been actually fairly calm here, but in the world at large, it's been pretty wild. What am I doing with it? It just goes to show you. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Goodness gracious. And I'm turning off light and saying, why is it so dark? Yeah, there's actually things are picking up around here as far as there's a lot going on. So, um, Dennis Castle, hi. Yeah. Hi, Project Skyfalls. Um, Dennis Castle, huh? Greetings and favor to you too, Dennis Castle. Okay, I don't know. um, I I don't want to come in late. I'm like, geez, the boss is gonna kill me, fire me. Of course, that's me, but I can't fire myself. I can't afford anybody else. There's just so much going on, which is why today is a discussion day. We have plenty to discuss. Hello, I am D Ocean, and I am D Ocean of the ocean's deep woo, and we do the deepest of woo. that's, that's all we do is woo. And you can woo too if you want to woo with us. You're welcome. Uh, there's just I don't know, you guys. It just seems like time is going faster or something now. You know how you hit a point and everything's just like zip zam, for a while it'll be like chug, 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 chug. And then it's like that doesn't sound very sane. But anyway, um, I got a feeling we've got a heck of an interesting Christmas coming up. It's just a feeling. Um, we may have some very odd Christmas presents this year. But anyway, continuing with my thought. Hopefully this doesn't come apart. Okay, again. Um, okay, so there has been developments that are just plain weird. And we were warned. It's weird. It's getting really weird in here. Uh honestly, the whole situation, the whole movie, the whole The whole scenario we're living in just gets a notch weirder and a notch weirder and a notch weirder. And today I had the not really pleasure, but I ended up finally um, being able to tell somebody so they would actually listen how dangerous it is to follow along with the experiments, the experimental Jabberwocky. Uh, they've been sick ever since they got the experiment. And you know what I'm talking about. And they never would listen. But this last time, they got so sick and haven't recovered. It's been weeks now that they've been feeling very sick. So, you know, it's not a pleasure to do that at all. But I'm glad I could finally say that and say, look, you need to take care of yourself because there are all kinds of horrific things coming out of the experiment, not just out of the disease, but out of the experiment that they got for the disease to try and ward off the disease. Really? And even I knew this, that there were that there's big danger there. They're saying, no, I think the last I heard was as many athletes as have dropped over in while playing in the whole history of in the history of sports that they know of. I mean, you know, now it's recorded. And I suppose in the very old days we wouldn't have the numbers recorded maybe, but it's recorded now, and actually half of them have been since about 2020. Half of something like half of all the half the cases of people dropping over while they're playing a sport. That's getting pretty in your face. So now, yes, welcome, and Dennis Castle says, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hunger Games. May the odds be forever in your favor. Absolutely. So David's evil twin brother is Dennis. Okay, Dennis. Okay, Dennis. Well, I'm going to talk about the other guy behind his back, okay? Oh my goodness. This is all so professional. But holy cow, it's like there's been so many times I've said I like being right, but the circumstances aren't happy circumstances. But we knew that there were going to be some horrific effects and of the experiment. And now it appears that people that drop over due to what is being called a blood clot, the clots are not made of blood. There's no blood in the blood clots. They're being clogged up by something fibrous. So really, this has also been a problem apparently among our military that they force experimented. And I think it's going to be, I guess I have to be careful a little while yet talking about it. Eventually, we'll get to the point where we can speak more openly about it. But it seems like some shows get to speak more openly and some shows don't. So I'm being kind of careful. I'm trying not to get myself in any trouble. But just in case, I guess we're seeing the numbers rise in the military too. And of course, in the private sector. Um, and just gets listed as blood clot, but it's not a blood clot uh, like anybody's ever seen before. So the only thing I know that can travel through the blood barrier and mops up particles, toxic stuff, once again, Z-Tox, Regal Z-Tox. I can't guarantee that that will protect you from this stuff, but it seems like a logical thing to try because it's micronized and it has to be micronized in order to actually get in your blood. And it's good for cleaning up heavy metals and toxins. It's zeolite is something that they use to clean air and water, and it can help your body too. So I'm not doing this very well, am I? It's getting close. It's getting I guess it's because it's getting close and it's getting to be a lot. And I knew that we'd always reach to this point. I knew we'd always reach this point, but it's not pleasant. Oh, well, hi, YJ Overlander, you beautiful soul. Too. You all have beautiful souls. How about my hair? It probably looks wild. Anyway, thank you for making me I feel a little better because sometimes I look and I'm like, oh my God, is it really like? Hmm. Well, see now, that's the thing, Lewis. We've got a lot of issues here. It's gotten very confusing because this is what I've always been afraid of. Not afraid, but it's been on my mind, concerned about, is you get somebody with a lot of charisma and you get a cult of personality going. And maybe they're one way on their way up to get to that point where they're super charismatic, where, wow, everybody thinks they're great. But then sometimes they change. What's concerning me is, in the case of our leaders, we know that there's so much skullduggery going on now. There's so much trickery. There's so much so many ways to get to people that, um, and now unfortunately, and we were talking about Elon, but he's not the only one. Is Donald is acting weird now. Um, First thing, I mean, one of the things that really shocked me was he decided to go on the warpath against DeSantis right away. Against DeSantis, it's like DeSantis is a very popular candidate, but supposedly he's got some dirt to unearth there. But then he turns around and has a very, very, very right wing sort of a nutty guy. Honestly, the guy that I saw, if just from the clip that I saw, one of his dinner guests was a very, very right wing kind of. He seemed a little fruity, actually. He's kind of a strange dude. I'm sorry. Um, Really unsettling guy. So I don't know. You can have anybody over for dinner, but man, he's didn't do himself any favors with the normal person. You know, looking at that guy is going to say, "What? You know, is this what your friends are like?" But I mean, it's still better than the crime family, right? Than the crime syndicate. But yeah, what I worry about is, has something changed in the meantime that we don't know about? Um, because, attempts have been made on people's lives. Now attempts have been made finally on the current fella, um, Grandpa Sniffer. It has supposedly had 4 cars blow up, 4 of his cars. Um, I predicted that Elon, when I did a reading, I looked at it and I said, Elon is not just buying Twitter. Elon is destroying Twitter. He's buying Twitter so he can destroy Twitter and remake Twitter in his own ideas, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I'm all for that. Twitter needed a revamp, overhaul, overvamp. Okay. Gee, I look so pale. I'm sorry, guys. I should have probably put on some kind of makeup. That my winter moon tan is showing, right? Geez, I am so white. I'm like ghostly white, or at least it looks like that to me. Um, so basically, we've got a lot of weird stuff happening now. If Elon, you know what, Elon is gaining in popularity, and I would not be surprised if we start hearing people talking about at some point a presidential run for Elon. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, I don't think it would be this time around. That would be way too fast. He's got kind of got his hands full right now with all the other stuff that's going on. But at some point, I can kind of hear people possibly nominating Elon for president. Yeah, that would be interesting. But the problem is the thing that I don't trust entirely. Elon struck me then as I read that he was actually a good guy. Maybe didn't start out that way. Like maybe he started out maybe not on one side or the other, just pretty much interested in his business, his own business. But then he started showing signs of actually being okay. And then what he did with Twitter was very impressive. So, I mean, right now, I gotta say, go Elon. He's a good guy. He's been doing some good things, and I totally am happy to see it. But once again, just like Donald, we can't count on any one person to fix all our problems. It's just not going to happen. I mean, people act like some of these people are going to be a savior. It's like there isn't going to be just one savior, just it's going to have to be people working together on these things. Um, Although it certainly certainly would be nice to have somebody in charge who is trustworthy. Um, but how do you get that right? We don't really we don't really have a perfect candidate. There are no perfect candidates in this race. Um, so sorry, world, but I know a lot of the world kind of hinges on what the U.S. does, but we're bewildered, I think, in the States right now about. I'm going to have to look deeper into it, and I will look deeper into it and see what I can take out of all of this stuff going on in the world and what it's what the picture looks like as I look forward. So I will be doing that. I will be looking into this and seeing if I get anything clear. But I can say, mm, researching. Oh, Lewis has been researching into Replica. Yeah, Replica, the chat bot. Yeah. Um, the clone. Yeah, the clone. Uh, yeah, clones now supposedly. Are you asking what color my hair is? My hair is actually, if you're talking about my hair color, it's either dark blonde or light golden brown, or if the light hits it just right, it's red as anything. If I go out in the sunlight, it's red. When the sun shines on my hair is weird. I have color changing hair. I really like my hair color because it just changes in the light, depending on the lighting, really seriously. But let's see, there's oil in different, there's, they're all in different fractions. Yeah. Oh, Kanye's gone off the deep edge, it sounds like. That's another one. Kanye. Holy cow. YJ thinks we might just see a candidate come up out of the coming barrels, anticipate a civil war coming. Yeah, we've been anticipating that. I see chatter that suggests it's being spoken of behind the scenes. I've been seeing that for a while. It's been looking like a civil war, and yet I don't see it being fought in normal ways. Uh, Got to be careful saying the WAR word too for the algorithms. But it's I might already be in trouble with the algorithms. I don't know. Algorithm, who can ask for anything more? Yeah, I'm not taking part in Me Too, the social unrest stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to stay the heck out. James Oritz. Hey, James, how you doing? Yeah, Kanye is deep state. Well, he looked like a minute, like he was really, I mean, he was wearing his White Lives Matter t-shirt, which is pretty bold, you know? And I'm certainly not against that because it does make a point. Um, right now, I don't think there's a lot of people screaming that they're being exploited and, you know, abused and so on and downtrodden, but really they're not. I mean, there's a lot more people saying, I don't feel like I am being discriminated against at all. I'll tell you, though, I do run into poor people who are discriminated against, who I feel may have a legitimate beef with it because it seems like everything's pretty much designed for pretty much a certain demographic that um, has more money than others. Seems like everything kind of is running in their favor. However, as far as race and gender, I don't really think there's too much oppression going on that, or at least not as much as there has been in some earlier times. In earlier times, I would say yes, but right now, I think we've gotten over a lot of it. There are people who'd probably argue with me about that. Um, YJ says, would you take part of a speaking of discernment and voting with our wallets? And biggest solution is everyone supports the local farmers and builds strong communities. Well, yeah, I have always said I've been saying vote with your wallet for like at least 15 years or more, might be longer. Paul even quotes me on that. He actually tells people, you realize my friend Ocean has been saying for decades that here we are we're in a structure that respects money. Therefore, a vote is one thing, but money is sometimes more of a vote than a vote. You're literally voting with your money for what you want in a capitalist society is, oh, now here's Mr. Cowboy. He was gone. He was just playing coy, but now he's here. Mama's boy made it. Here's Cowboy. Say hi to your adoring fans. Cowboy the Manx on duty right there, taking up his station. He's always my right hand. He's my right hand man right now. He always likes to lay, and it's funny. He's like, when I'm sitting here a certain way, he wants to be on this side, and then when I lay down, he wants to be over here. But oh yeah, we're needing grassroots organizations. I have a feeling that what everybody's kind of looking for now is less um, nosing into our business everywhere around. It's almost like, and yet we want to do, well, we pretty much want to do what we expect government to do, which is help keep us safe. I mean, one of the reasons we pay them to have a military is to keep us safe. And they don't seem to be doing that real well right now. And so in a atmosphere like we're living in right now, we're really we're not getting what we're paying for as far as leadership. And we really need to change that. I just hope that we're not being led into a trap that, you know, everybody's like, yay, this guy, yay, that guy. And then they get some power and like, boom, change on us. Although I gotta say, this very high office, the highest office in the land, looks to me like it's actually right now more of just a figurehead, sort of like the Queen of England was. It's more of a figurehead position. And right now, somebody else is pulling the strings, it looks like to me. It has felt that way since for a long time, ever since the last election. Well, actually, before that, when this guy was running, I kept having visions of a hand puppet, you know. So he's not even him, probably him. He's probably not even a real original guy. Yeah. Yeah, the military is supposed to be about protecting us, but it's become Lewis says military is not about protecting us, about controlling people. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's not supposed to be that way. Yeah, it's true. Oh, hail for real, real Lord. Uh, hail the furry overlord. People, I think, would get along if they just didn't, if they would just quit trying to stir things up. I think people would. I think we've learned to get along. You know, we have really conquered a lot of our issues. Got to give ourselves a little credit. They make it look like we still have the same old issues that we have. Well, it was nothing like it used to be. Okay. I mean, really, it looks nothing like it used to look. This is all just being done because they don't have anything new they can use. They haven't been able to come up with anything new. They're just trying to divide people. That's all it's ever been about. Yeah, things are programmed. Yeah. I like being single too, Project Skyfalls. Oh my gosh. Tonight's tea, celestial seasonings, apple, cinnamon, spice. Sounds good. Mine is my perpetual during the winter ginger mint lemon. I drink a lot of that in the winter. And now I'm thinking of bottling this stuff because I have people coming to me asking for it. Can I please have a cup of that tea? That really made me feel better. So I am thinking I should maybe bottle this stuff. It tastes pretty good too. It's not sweet after you get past the idea that things have to be sweet, you can sweeten it if you want with honey or something, that's fine, but it's not sweet. But it will help protect you from and ease some of the symptoms of the COVID-19. Now I'm not touting it as a cure or anything. Certainly not giving medical advice. However, I can say that some of the side effects of the disease can be mitigated with some simple herbs to great effect. And, ginger is one of those that's going to help us because it's an anti-inflammatory, and the disease is very much about inflammatory stuff. And a vasodilator, which means less likely to be bothered by the clot factor, right? And then the mint, along with everything else, helps. Like immediately, it was interesting. Justin comes in, and I was making the tea, and I pulled out a bunch of mint, and he goes, "Oh wow, that smells good." And he sticks his nose down by it and goes, "My sinuses are clear." And I said, "Well, of course they're clear. It's mint." And he goes, "Is that what mint does?" Yeah, that's what mint does. That's part of its properties. That and settling your stomach and a few other things. He's like, "Oh, wow, I really need that." Well, yeah, you do. Um, I'm thinking like I just wish I wish I had a way to have a garden because because I'd really be planting it full of herbs. But um, I gotta say, it is nice having a store around nearby where I can get the ingredients without much trouble. I can get a nice big piece of ginger root. I can get fresh. I can get a nice bunch of mint fresh. It really, really nice. But yeah, it's like I'm thinking of just selling it for like a cottage just under the table, like a cottage industry, because people try it and it clears up. You get this phlegm in your throat or something, and it just clears it right up. It's really good. I mean, that's ginger. The ginger really helps with that. Well, but the two combined are great, and people are just like, whoa, I can really feel that doing something. It really feels good. And also, if you have lymphatic trouble, uh, it helps with that. So, and you know what? I think a lot of us really have lymph problems and swelling from the inflammation. Yeah, it seems like almost everybody. I have to try and move this again because it's just too intense in my face there and glaring in my glasses. There, you can still see me. And that glares out of my glasses. Okay. I kind of still struggle with my equipment. Um, and YJ Overlander also says, I like being single. I know it's just a lot easier being single, isn't it? For one reason, it leaves door open for that one person who's looking for me too. Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. Um, Gustav said, I'd rather have a furry as a leader than the powers that shouldn't be. I would have held the tail, but cowboys a Manx. Yeah, he can't handle the tail. He has no tail. We had to make up one. Love your furry friends. Yes. Yes. You drink green tea without sugar. That's a good thing to drink. Are you drinking matcha? Because that's the green tea that's really powerful. Yes, we're told to drink green tea. We were not told for the longest time that the green tea that had all of the wonderful side effects, the best side effects was actually matcha, matcha green tea. So hope you're drinking matcha. If you are not, matcha is the green tea that's supposed to have all the benefits, although regular green tea is good too. Um, yeah, when I sweeten my tea, I use honey. I don't use anything usually but honey, or occasionally a little bit of real stevia. So yeah, I don't screw around with weird sweeteners of any kind. So now we're going to be doing food chat any minute now because we mentioned food. I have a cupboard full of different kinds of tea. Me too. Absolute favorite is black stash black licorice root, and I haven't found that here, so I can't even try it. My mother would love it though; she loved black licorice. I got poked in. Louis Tuck got poked in the butt by a ghost in the morning earlier this week. Well, Louis, that's rude. Do we even know each other? I mean, really, that's rude. Nothing like a rude ghost, right? Jeez, it's very rude. Yeah, inflammation is a constant battle for, I think, all of us. I think this is our main dysfunction, is inflammation. Um, it seems to be a part of everybody's life now, inflammation. And um, the other thing being that inflammation can be in the heart of so many diseases. And really, once you get rid of the inflammation part, a lot of the diseases then turn around and heal themselves. You know, you have inflammation of an organ. Once you get rid of the inflammation part or turn it down, your organ starts to repair itself. So, and I've seen that happen with myself. Once I get the swelling and inflammation down, it just starts to repair itself naturally. You don't have to, our bodies are made to heal. They're made to heal everything. And on a fair playing field, they would do so, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, by this point, I'm really shocked that we're not farther along with being able to regenerate things. Possibly without all of the stuff holding us back, we would be venturing into the realm of actually being able to regenerate body parts. But let me see where the troops made me think that the press is on bringing the whole thing down. Ah, yeah. So, yeah, it was a mandatory experiment. Yeah. Um, well, see, that's just it. Apparently, they're now saying probably about 50% was saline. Because if it was across the board, somebody would have noticed. too soon. Because right now, it can be confusing. It's like, well, so and so took all the experiments, and they're just fine, you know? And you can also say, yeah, I mean, if there are some people that can say, oh, well, I'm just fine and I did it, then you've got people in doubt now that really that was the reason. That wasn't the reason, it was something else. So you don't want every one of them to be, to actually do people in. And still, I keep feeling like it is indeed an experiment because I don't think it was really intended to necessarily to kill people, but might be, and I've seen this on other channels too, discussing, was there really some component of control, depending on what you think was in the experiment. You broke another bowl today? You you just gotta quit that, James. Hey, Karen. How you doing, sister? Yeah, so for some people it was a placebo. They got a placebo. Some people they took it's interesting how they were taking very close inventory of who took what, right? They were really keeping records of who took what kind and wanted all kinds of verification. They wanted more verification for taking the experiment than they want from you for voting. I mean, they're not as strict with the voting as they are with uh, the experiment. If we had the same kind of safeguards as they were having through that, because I guess you had to sign and you had to um, provide ID and photo ID and everything, and they wrote down a number. They kept track of what you got. So we should be able to follow the trails back at some point, right? Yeah, they come in threes, which weird things do often happen in threes. There was witchcraft to capture the souls, I'm thinking, well, I'm thinking really South Africa is not far wrong. They have decided, according to Marilena, according to, actually, it wasn't Marilena that told me, but she agreed. Um, it was actually other channels that were saying, as far as both Covey and the experiment, uh, Africa was pretty much said it's all black magic. The whole thing's black magic. So they didn't have any mandates. They didn't have a lockdown. And they also managed to stamp out the disease. They are not currently having a problem with the disease. It's a pretty big country. Yeah, they're not a deserted island. I mean, what you really wonder about is somewhere like New Zealand or Australia. New Zealand is not even, it's a separate island, but um, you know, you should be able to stamp something out pretty deckin' fast if you're like way isolated. Well, the other thing that's coming back, of course, is this is something that I have foreseen by making there to be a sterility program is how I think they're hoping to usher in designer children. Because they did this to the food and water. And, you know, oh, you can have food, but if you want good food, you got to pay, etc. If you want water, oh, you can have water. It's nasty old city water. If you want the good water, you're going to have to pay. So you're really going to have to pay for it. So they tried to do this with the food by GMO. And of course, GMO will not reproduce on its own. They have to keep making more seeds. So, but then the seeds that they sell don't reproduce. It's one generation and gone. Is this what they want for humans? One generation and gone, and people finding out they can't have kids unless you go and order a kid. You have to go and order one. Is it going to be like the GMO seeds? And then you will get a GMO kid. Is that what this is coming to? Is that why they're doing this? Yeah, Karen, sudden deaths all over healthy people, otherwise healthy people. Yeah. Yeah. Be very careful with anything you hear, of course, always. But the truth is, this is very this is just not good. You cannot expect a society to keep going. This is, the larger, bigger, more convoluted plan looks to still be an attempted takeover. A weakening. Yeah. Heirloom seeds, are the only thing you can really count on. Yeah, in the year 2025, 25, if man is still alive. Yeah. I remember that song. If woman can survive, they may find. Remember, yes, I do. Well, the way things are going right now, I can't really see, they're throwing up a lot of roadblocks. However, I think our souls go on, our beings go on and on and on and on forever. We're infinite. But this particular society, if we can make it to a stage 1 society, right now we're at a 0, trying to make it into stage 1. This is a point at which a lot of societies fail. They never make it to a stage 1. Hey, Justin. Hey, Richard Elmore. Justin Case made it in. Richard Elmore made it in. Hi. Is Richard taken off? Who's taken off? Well, whoever manages to be taking off, it's nice having you here. Hope to see you later. Anyway, yeah, so it looks like a lot of trouble right now. However, there are some very bright spots. I mean, Elon is giving all of the wrong people conniptions, and I really got to say I'm enjoying it. This is the most I've enjoyed. I mean, the thing that's going on with Elon is very enjoyable to watch. Some people having absolute conniption fits over it and getting their butts kicked, and then even more than, pissing off snowflakes is that evidence is coming to light. What were people really tweeting? What were those blocked accounts, those closed down accounts, really tweeting about before they got closed down? It's not just conjecture now. Those accounts are back. And whether Donald regains and decides to come back into his old account on Twitter or not, what he said, what he was tweeting, there is a record of it there, and it still stands. So we do have a record of what exactly those tweets were now. We have a lot of records of things coming to light. A lot of things that were hidden by just banning accounts are going to become public knowledge now. So this is very hopeful. So Elon, he did way more than just buy a social media company. You think about it. Yeah, I think we will too be able to get through. Well, we will be able to get through this. There is going to be a contingency that will not, of course. Now it's funny because there are people that study these things. You can take this or leave this. I haven't been able to prove it, but sure seems to me like it could be true. If you know what an NPC is, there was somebody who did the cards to see what percentage of the populace is really just clones, NPCs, whatever you want to call them, not real people, people who are just running a program, just part of the game, not a player, not an actual player in the game. And it looks like it's holding at about 50%. So, although I guess it fluctuates sometimes up as far as 60. So that's really quite a lot of NPCs, if that's true. So she was using Taro to come up with these figures, but she said she's heard it from other sources too, that they've looked into things in different ways. But then again, there's no way of proving that. But it would really make sense. Oh, bot shots. Yeah. Pew, pew, pew is right, because it really stinks. Oh, you can't have a zombie apocalypse without zombies. And you can't buy all the zombies at you can't buy the zombies at Walmart? Oh, of course not. You need Amazon, right? Zager and Evans, blah, Alien 3. Oh, James is leaving for an hour. Oh, okay. Somebody must be on. That's okay. Oh, Merriam-Webster's word of the year is gaslighting, says YJ. Yeah. Oh, we sure get a lot of that. Yeah. You didn't see it, you didn't hear it. You remember Tommy? There's that song where they go, you didn't see it, you didn't hear it. It, like with no proof, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. You didn't see it, you didn't hear it. It never happened. You know. So they want you to be all three monkeys. Well, yeah, we are. Word of the year could just be gas or lighting, just in case. Over there in Europe, I guess it could be. Well, see, that's just it. We're not the zombies. We are, but we are in a way. Um, there's some far worse. I mean, there's some very, very much more that fits that. But my song, I've got more than one song about zombies actually. Um, one of them is, of course, I Don't Break for Zombies, which is a funny one. The one that's not funny is called The Dead Shall Rise. And that one is much more about what Me Woman was talking about when she was on the show. And it starts out by saying, "Are we all dead, just dead cargo? Now that we know the dead should rise, are we all livestock down on the farm to keep us from harm? The dead must rise. The dead must rise, the dead must rise and open their eyes. The dead must rise." That's how it starts. And then there's more, of course, but it's all about that. It's all about we're literally considered dead, which is why when you listen to what Me Woman was talking about, I've heard this before. We're literally considered dead cargo, not even alive. We're being treated like we're not even alive. We're being treated like we can't do anything. Even the people who are working every day are being treated like people who can't care for themselves, who can't take care of themselves, who, like indigent people or indigent children. So, um, something really wrong with that. I have made a, I made an ionizing, I made an ionizing mister, hopefully to get some of this static down, but we still have terrible static around here. It's terribly dry here. But CYJ is saying in 20 years, I can totally see a world that's a mix of Mad Max, steampunk, and cyberpunk. Probably be no middle class, and elites will have retreated to small, secure places like New Zealand, and will be in secure places like other places, I guess. Um, of course, there are Walmart zombies. Yeah, they seek the places when they were happy as when they were alive. There you go. Wow. The second one. So I'll have to check on that because I don't know that one. I haven't read that one. 2014. I have to look into that because, you know, fiction writers, you got to hand it to them. They've done pretty well. I just don't like the way that light glitters, but I'm going to put this up here and see if that helps anything. 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . maybe a little, because it's right in the eyeballs. Blech. Makes it hard to read. Oh, my zombie song, yeah. Well, I can't think of too many of the lyrics right now. I'm gonna have to look them up again, but there's probably a lot of. I'm gonna have to read it again. There's probably a lot going on in the song that's true right now. Because a lot of times I look back and it's like, geez, was I right about that? And back when I wrote stories, if you look at the world and extrapolate from what's going on, um, and what can go on based on what you're seeing, what could happen, um, taking into account that our technology evolves too, which I think a lot of futurists don't take enough into account, that we are very good at finding solutions to problems. We're very adaptable. That's why we got these big brains. We don't adapt with our bodies as much as we adapt things to ourselves with our brains. It's more like, rather than adapting us, yes, we are very adaptable in some ways physically. However, because we have adapted to many circumstances, but it's really our brains that adapt our surroundings to us. Not our brains, our minds, our ability to problem solve, that makes our environment adapt to us. That is, we build a structure to keep ourselves warm. We wear clothing. We, you know, uh, have all kinds of technology to take the place, so to speak, of what our bodies are not doing from an evolutionary standpoint. So really, if you look at it, it's not so much um, the evolution that we go through. A lot of it is an evolution of our mind, our technology. Not Our bodies have stayed very similar for a very, very long time. So that is how humans mostly evolve. Is our fastest evolvement is really through our minds. So we evolve our environment to suit ourselves. It's kind of different from what they talk about as being evolution, but I guess it is a type of evolution. Soil depletion. Yeah, you know what? YJ mentioned soil depletion. It really is hurtful what they're doing, the chemical fertilizers. And now that there's a shortage, everybody's going, oh, chemical fertilizers. It's like, go back to using dung. Come on. Go back to using humus made from, plants and animal dung. And, I mean, really, this is how nature does it. But no, they won't do it. Yeah, 95% of the population, true. 95% of the population are not leaders. They're disposed to follow. That's right. Well, we've been bred that way intentionally, to be followers. And you can see that very clearly on social media. We have been bred to be followers. We have had following bred into us, like sheep. It's like that sheep thing. We want to follow. we want to be part of something. We actually have, that's another thing, we actually have a deep psychological need to be part of something. This, of course, leads people when they're disenfranchised to be parts of things that really is deleterious for them. Yeah, fertilizers cause um, an overgrowth of algae and bacteria. Chemical fertilizers and the runoff is absolutely devastating. So it's not a good thing. Okay, it's a gene. It wasn't present until 50,000 years ago in humans. A gene. What wasn't, what particular thing isn't a gene? You mean our follower thing? Yeah. You think they've screwed around, made us? It could be. All our farmland needs to be plowed under and planted with alfalfa, right? And actually, I'll tell you what's a good crop for that too is comfrey. Comfrey is a great plant. Its roots go very, very deep, and so it pulls up all the nutrients from very deep in the earth. So comfrey would be a very good plant to plant and plow under. We can fix this. First, we've got to stop screwing it up if it's going to work. Right. And chemical fertilizer takes vast amounts of, you're right, Justin, spends vast amounts of energy in the form of gas and pollutes and CO2. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, the follower gene. Yeah, yeah. We have been bred to be followers, most of us. And me, I'm actually a leader only if I don't see anybody doing it. I mean, if somebody else is willing to do it and doing a good job, I will, stand aside and let them do it. But if I see them not doing their job and that job needs to be done, I will come in and do it a lot of times. It's like I will step up and be a leader if I have to be, not really because I want to be necessarily a leader, but because it needs to be done. Um, yes, comfrey. Yeah, very deep roots. Yeah, that's the sheep gene. Okay, now this leads me into my dream because I told you in the description I've had some dreams, and I mean, really, I don't have very vivid dreams. Usually they're kind of vague and they're just kind of the same. They're nothing very exciting most of the time, but this was pretty exciting. Um, I had three dreams. Well, the one started out like my typical abandonment dream, I call it, you know. Um, and this was like after I was listening to a show that was talking about the subjects we talk about too. They talk about similar subjects. Um, so it might have incubated the dream. However, it might have been a confirmation of what was being said too. And it's interesting that we're talking about the sheep because in my dream there were sheep. Now it's interesting that we have these sheep walking around in a circle for days, right? Is this, but it's not just sheep, it's actually various other animals, I guess, going around and around and around in circles, I guess. It's even happening in the ocean in certain places. Certain animals are going around and around in circles. And what does this mean? Oh my God. That's why I kept getting, okay, that could be the grouse card. What the grouse card was trying to say. Yeah. Oh. Well, I'll explain that at some point when we're doing cards again, which will be coming this week. I'm getting ready for my 65th birthday. Yay. Nothing too big. Probably nothing big at all. But it'll probably be, I think it's on, I don't think, is it on a day when we get together? The 9th? If it is, we'll be celebrating my and YJ's birthday and anybody else who's born in December. Um, yeah. Um, so yeah, I don't have family and not too many people close to me around here, but a few. So I expect probably if I celebrate much, like if Jason and I do anything, we're going to have to wait until he has a night off because he works like 12-hour shifts. So I don't know that we're going to do anything until he gets a time off. So, um, but the dreams, they were talking about things like fibrous things being found in the clots instead of blood. And they were talking about what is this that actually it's they're likening it to AI. They're saying it probably is. I mean, we know that this has something to do with the AI, and we know this has something to do with, there's graphene. If there's graphene involved, it can build structures. So, is this something like Morgellons? Fibers. Um, I'm almost thinking it almost has a Morgellons-like component to it. Just a little added extra, you know. And but they were talking about that, and in another article, and it was just one of those um, science news things that yes, in Antarctica, of course, in Antarctica, they found an actual zombie type virus that is that can turn people into kind of mindless automatons. So, of course, it's coming from the Antarctic. Uh, so now they have like several strains of this actual. They've been trying to incubate that. I don't know if I've said it before on the show, but I know they've been trying to incubate that particular thing, a zombie apocalypse, and um, so it doesn't surprise me that now word is leaking out here and there that there's actually something that can do that to people. So I'm like, well, shouldn't surprise anybody really. Right. According to the Hopi Indians prophecy, 8 of the 9 signs that we reach the end of this culture are already present. That's true. The arrival of the blue kachina. You're talking about the 9th and last is blue kachina, right? Right. So, yeah, and in January, we've got a great big comet coming. Hello, CJ Miller. Hi, I remember you. Oh, it's so nice to be with you, too. Not the zombies. Yeah, thank goodness. Betelgeuse is set to go supernova anytime. And we've seen it go. My God, I didn't hear of that. Thank you, YJ. The comet, Justin says the comet in January 2023 will be visible to the naked eye from the northern hemisphere. I've heard that. Um, and YJ says Betelgeuse is the third star on the right of Orion's. Oh, well, that is going to shake things up. Orion's belt. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the scoop on that, the intel on that is, of course, Orion's belt is one of the main ways into this section of the galaxy, as the main Stargate. You got to come through Orion. Wow. Watching Dennis Castle says watching the Cardassians was turning people into mine. Oh, and Project Skyba False Hopes. It's after their birthday because honestly, not entirely sure they want a comet to destroy everything before. But anyway, before my birthday, I want my birthday. I guess that's what it means. It's supposed to look as big and as bright as the moon once it gets supernova, and it's overdue. Won't that be interesting? The stars at night are big and bright when they supernova. The stars in the day are okay anyway when they supernova. Yep, we'll see 'em soon, huh? See you real soon. Cardassian turned people into mindless zombies a long time ago. Well, kind of. Uh, Americans pronounce Beetlejuice like Beetlejuice. You pronounce it what? Betel Betelgeuse. Arabic for Orion's hand. Betelgeuse. Geese or Gez. Betelgeuse. Yeah, I was taught it's Beetlejuice. You're supposed to say it Beetlejuice, but so Betelgeuse. Arabic for Orion's hand. Well, I'll take your word for it. Because I was always corrected to Beetlejuice. If I tried to say Betelgeuse, just look at me like I was a stupid newbie or something. But that's the way you'd think it would be pronounced. So they've been gaslighting us about Beetlejuice too? Well, that's great. Yeah, the Three Kings. Orion's belt, the Three Kings line up perfectly over the three main pyramids of Giza. That's right, when the Sphinx is looking at Leo, yeah. Um, yeah, and the pyramids are that way all over the world. Isn't that interesting? That somehow all of the pyramids just happen to be put in that way, exactly that way, so that they line up. It's pretty amazing. Blame it on Wanna Rider. Are you talking about Winona? Or B. Freeman is here. Oh, we're all in trouble now. B. Freeman is here. Everybody stop talking about B. Freeman behind his back. What was her line? Her line. No, her line. Okay, so I might not be as smart as I could be tonight. I'm not sure. I seem to be I'm a little floaty right now. Like I said, I got these dreams. I was starting to tell you about my dreams. The first one was just my typical abandonment dream. The one that I have all the time where I'm meeting somebody and we're hanging out together, and then all of a sudden, and then I'm trying to follow them, and in this dream, it was these two people whose channel I'd just been listening to. And, we were doing something together. It looked like an airport. And, they say, okay, well, let's get going. We were going somewhere. And they were helping me just like pack up all, grab all my stuff and go and head off for the car. And then I get lost from them. Somehow they just disappear and they get lost in the crowd. This happens in my dreams a lot. And, my phone is with them and I'm like, oh no. And I can't even call them because they've got the bag with my phone in it. So, so I wake up from that dream in my usual state, feeling like, oh, now what am I going to do? That's my typical repeating dream. And it's a little bit different each time, but it's always the same thing. So when I got back to sleep, the dream picked up from where it ended, strangely enough. And here are my friends again. This time they came back for me, and I'm like, oh, well, this is different. At least I found them. They came back to get me. They noticed I was missing and came back to get me. And I guess things are going to finally be okay now. And just as we were saying, oh, yeah, we kind of got our act together now. It looks like it's going to be okay. That's when all of a sudden the sky started to darken and it got scary. This is when it got scary. Now, like, not terrifying, not for me. I mean, some people may be, but not for me. But it's kind of a scary theme. Here comes in this dark gray cloud just covering the whole sky, and a wind noise. So it's like, and this dark sky just rolls in a matter of seconds. And what rolls in with it is this like blimp looking thing, some kind of balloon looking thing or blimp looking thing with a gondola hanging from it. And in the gondola has these sheep standing. And it looked like they had guns or something and they were pointing it at people, pointing the guns at people, and everybody just looks up. And the other thing that was weird about this is that these weren't just sheep-sized sheep. They were huge. They would have been very hard to judge, but they would have been huge. We would have talk about 10-foot sheep or something. They would have had to been huge to be that visible and still hanging in the air. And we're all looking up and we're going, oh no, this must be it. And then somebody else says, yep, this looks like this is it. And so we hear people all over going, yep, here it is. We've been inspecting this. We've been told about this. This must be it, like that. And the feeling was, oh yeah, this is that storm we've been told about. This is that event. We've been warned about this, that this was going to happen. And it was just like within seconds. Um, and so these sheep are pointing guns at us. Yikes. Wow. So that's very strange, isn't it? Sheep with guns. Yeah, prophetic. I think so. Right. Let's see what people are saying before I give you the third one. Your first, Justin is a writer. Says his first sci-fi novel was a crime story set in the future after our culture was wiped out by a solar eruption. The following culture had no electric equipment. And YJ said that's very likely what's about to happen. I'm I'm thinking in those terms too, that we may have to come up with analog, everything analog. Yes. So a silky saw, way to cut firewood with no gas or engine. Interesting. And Justin says he's done prepping, he's ready. Too bad we can't meet on YouTube anymore in the event of that. Well, the thing is, like I said, if anything's working, then we might still be able to meet on Bastion because it doesn't require the internet. People are trying to build things so that when the internet does finally go down, and it probably will at some point, we'll still have a way to communicate. Reptilian sheep. Well, what a thought. Yeah, it was the first, Justin said, first climate fiction novel in Danish language. Oh, I'm very proud of you, Justin. As you know, my father was Danish, and the reviewers liked it. Sold 5,000 copies. Yes, interesting. And YJ says sheep with guns isn't just a random meaning. It's pretty clear. The biggest threat are those who cannot think for themselves. Exactly. Yes, sheep with guns. From the air. So, and we're all like, yeah, oh shit, this is it. And then I wake up. And of course, this dream made me feel really weird. It was so clear. It was so clear. It was one of those very ultra realistic, very clear dreams. I'm like, okay, I have to tell the crew about this just in case. Justin, yeah, we'll have other ways to communicate. I'd love to see Denmark one day. I hope it's still together by the time I get a chance. Ah, great big sheep with guns, yeah. Look like assault, assault, um, assault armament. So, but in the next stream, it got weirder. Here we are in that environment. The third dream was a continuation of the second dream. This doesn't generally happen in my dreams, okay? So, yeah, this was a message. This was a message. and probably present it in a way my psyche could take it that wouldn't scare me too much because I've asked for please, no. Um, I can't, I just cannot take any more nightmares in my life. So just, so your dreams will put it in a format that you can handle it when you do that, say that. Um, so basically, it was, of course, making a pun. Big sheep, big guns. Yeah, and the big guns are sheep. The big gunners are sheep. Putting $100 on gun-toting sheep in the world. We'll see. And then the rest of the continuation of that dream from the same, and it was from left to right. I don't know if this is going to make a difference, but it's the way we read, right? Left to right in this society, the way we read. Um, so that these things are coming from the left side, which may be part of the message coming from the left, heading for the right. The next thing is continuation, same dark sky, same, except we're in a city. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the second dream was not an airport anymore. It was a city. We're now in a city. So cities, skyscrapers and buildings and stuff all over the place. But this next blimp we see, this next balloon blimp, whatever it was, some kind of a air conveyance that was not an airplane, is the gondola is loaded with something. I don't know if it was sheep or not, but it was beings, some kind of beings, huge beings in gas masks, spraying things on people. They were literally had spraying guns where they were spraying something on the people, and there was a woman in red, dark-haired woman in red, the only one that didn't have a mask on, and I'm not sure that she was even physically supposedly there, but everybody else had hazmat stuff on and was spraying the population down below, and there wasn't any way to get away from it because it's in the air, And what she said over a loudspeaker coming from the balloon was, "Poison? I don't poison anybody." And she's saying it in like a British accent. "I don't poison. No, you have to be, in order, how did she say it? In order to poison, you need to be a different person." Meanwhile, it's very obvious they're spraying something on the crowd that's poisonous. So she's denying it. She's saying, "Oh, I don't poison. In order to poison, you must be a different person." So, like I said, I have prophetic dreams. There you go. I woke up with that feeling like, yeah, we need to figure this out. It's a warning. Um, I'm sure you guys will help me with it. Uh, oh my God. Justin, you're kidding me. Justin says, some family members heard that they could save electricity if using candle lights instead of electric light. So they started using candles, right? Except they didn't switch off the electric light. Well, that's smart. And then they'll look at their bill and wonder Why, they didn't save anything. Yeah. Big sheep with guns. Big sheep with big guns. Or are they saying big guns, big sheep, big guns, the big guys? What time of year was it in this premonition? See, hard to tell because it was, on inside. It was inside. The first dream was inside, occurred inside what looked to be an airport. The second one was outside, but in a city. I didn't see any green. There was no green. There wasn't anything that would be green. It's all just buildings, like a city. There wasn't snow. There wasn't rain. Trying to remember how people were dressed. That would be a clue. They weren't all wearing coats. No, they were dressed fairly normally. They were okay, here's a clue. They were wearing jackets, but not winter coats. People were wearing, like maybe the weather was a bit chill, but not freezing, not like snow. I didn't see snow, ice, rain. Yeah, but they were dressed not for summer. Okay, not for summer weather. Yeah. Yeah, does the spray mean something, actual spray, or an ideology exactly? That's what I was wondering. Is it actually a physical thing? Have you seen the videos where they spray people down in South America? No, I haven't. Well, of course, chemtrails. Yeah, I was thinking it could be chemtrails. I could be talking about chemtrails. Even weirder. Oh, Denver Airport. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it was talking about Denver Airport. Okay, you're asking because the premonition dream you had, Overlander, was in the autumn. You want to tell us your premonition dream so we can compare notes? This could have been in the autumn. And you're right, this could have been Denver Airport. Yeah, and spring and wow. People being sprayed to get on a bus. I haven't been to the Denver airport, but I've heard about it. I mean, I've heard all kinds of things about the Denver airport. I've heard about Lucifer, the red-eyed blue steed that killed somebody during its construction, uh, and the giant horse statue that actually killed somebody, and all of the weird end of the world apocalyptic um, paintings and stuff on the walls. The vast underground that made the budget go way over budget, and all of that. So I've heard, and how that may be where some of the dumbs were located. They're pretty sure. Um, yeah, I heard the Denver airport got a lot of very strange things about it. Tunnels and stuff. And they're all set up to spray everyone inside from above. Really? Ooh. Yeah, I heard the underground part is really huge and took the most money. The top of the airport, the part you see, is not the part that really took all the money. The part that took all the money was the underground part. You might be right, though. Jeez. See, I knew you guys would have the fill-in information. We'd be able to fill it in. Help me fill in the gaps here. Yeah. Okay, your dream was about 10 years ago. Yeah, and you're searching for your kids. There were small meteors falling, caged areas with soldiers, but they didn't really care if people came or went. Caged areas, you mean where people were caged? Areas where people were caged. Oh, and the soldiers were confused and not following orders to keep everyone contained. Interesting. Justin says actually spraying ideology came from well, dystopian novel, The Futurological Congress. Ah, Futurological Congress. I'll put your, in case anybody wants to look that up. Stanislaw Lem, Futurological Congress. Interesting. So, wow. Okay. So, I really am interested in everything you guys are picking up from this dream, set of dreams. Because it's almost never that I have three in a row like that that all hook together. Because I kept getting up between all three of them to go pee. And I'm there like, geez, I shouldn't have drank all that tea. So interesting. So the soldiers were confused, not following orders. Hmm. And what were they spraying? Yeah. What were they spraying on people? And yeah, you couldn't get away from it. People, saw it coming, but couldn't do anything much about it. There was nowhere to go except maybe in a building. I don't know why we weren't all going into a building, maybe, but it just kind of everything happened rather suddenly. Dennis Castle says, I knew Little Bo Peep was bad news. She knew that she was what she was doing by starting us on dreaming about losing her sheep, then counting sheep. Yeah, and now they're taking over our world. See how they are? Yeah, slow progression. um, well, this farm imagery keeps coming up. That's for sure. Uh, one of the things is, yeah, the city. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a city. There are many, many buildings around in an area. You could still have been on that airport. We could have still, looking at the buildings, it could have still been maybe that airport, depending on how built up it is. I mean, they had fairly tall buildings. I'm trying to think if I actually saw an actual skyscraper or just some fairly tall buildings. Because I got the feeling it was a city, but it could have been a very built up, another sort of built up place. Yeah, I agree, YJ. If you can take a take a look at that and tell me what you see. I don't think it's a personal one. I think it's a prophetic one. It just kind of broke into my personal. I mean, the first one was just your typical dream about abandonment, like I always dream. It was your typical, where'd they go? Where'd everybody go? Dream that I have a lot of times. I guess I still haven't quite gotten rid of that dream. So do you think there's another meaning in me keep having that dream? Is there more to this dream? This abandonment dream over and over in all different kinds of ways? I'm still wondering about that one. Hmm. Flocks of sheep outside looking through the windows, and ducks and squirrels too. Oh my goodness, Justin. Don't scare me like that. It could happen. Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the Surrey. Yeah, well, we're down on the farm. We know that much. And so we're being treated like the farm animals in this case. Yeah, it's interesting that we're seeing flocks of sheep walking in circles and other animals, not just sheep. Turns out that it's happening in the oceans too. There was some kind of fish swimming around and around in the water in a circle. There was somewhere it looked like, yeah, very like deer, like it was the deer walking around in circles. Somehow it's important. It's almost like a portal, almost like they're sensing something different. Maybe a portal, maybe a magnetic change. Yeah. Oh, Dennis Castle saying attack you by finding out your insecurities. Love isolation because it makes you feel despair. So you think my dreams are just attacks, maybe birds coming true. Yeah, birds, and then birds dropping out of the sky too. And I don't know who said it, but I agreed with it. I thought of it too. Did they just bash into an invisible saucer, one of the invisible craft? Could take out a whole bunch of birds just by flying through them. They'd never see it coming. Well, I'm not going to lie and say I don't have abandonment issues because I know I do. I kind of felt like that a lot of times, like I was just forgotten about, and literally was forgotten about a few times because I was very quiet. I learned to be very quiet. It just was less trouble. Got in less trouble with my parents if I was just very, very quiet. And so I was actually forgotten in a room one time waiting for somebody to take me home. And I remember that when I was in the Girl Scouts, the scout leader was supposed to drop me off home and she just said, wait here, come back and get you. And then something or other happened, took her mind off it. She drove home, and and then the janitor comes in, turns off the light, and didn't even see me there. And I'm like, hey, I'm here. What the heck, you know? And he's like, what are you doing here? And it's like, waiting for my ride back. I was supposed to go home. And it's like, well, there's nobody here. I'm the only one here. You know, it had been that long that I've been sitting there waiting, and nobody noticed that I wasn't home. Yeah, magnetic change. That's what I'm thinking. Probably something in the magnetic, because a lot of things navigate that way in our magnetic field. Good thing cattle can't fly. Yeah. But I guess horses can fly. Horse flies. I hear about them. I'm kidding. Recently lost your best friend. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Dennis, that you lost your friend. Yeah. Magnetic change, somehow changing our magnetic fields. We're, like I said, tell people you love them. I love you guys. People are going to be leaving us. Yeah, here I am, a little kid. I was maybe 9. Was I a brownie still? I might have been younger than that. I forget what ages these things are. And yeah, being left, it's like, and nobody noticed. Now, if I came from a big family, then I would say, well, that kind of understandable. But I was an only child, and my parents would still forget because they wanted me to be quiet. I really got trained how to be isolated and quiet. And so I could be sitting in a room and you might not even notice I was there. Yike. I love all of you, and I am not planning on leaving anytime soon, but timelines can shift. Like I said, for a long time it looked like Donald was going to come back in and actually be quite helpful. Now I'm not sure that he hasn't been changed and altered in some way. That timeline is still valid. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to check on it. This week at some point, we're going to be doing cards again, and maybe I'll get a chance to ask. If I'm not too hammered, maybe I'll get a chance to ask about that with the cards or something and see if I can find anything out with the cards. Oh dear. Oh, Dennis, I'm so sorry to hear that. That you couldn't even get back to your friend. Yeah. I don't have very many people close at all anymore myself. I kind of lost my friends when I got married, and then I lost more friends when I got divorced. Either way you cut it, that was not good for me. Getting married was certainly not my brightest move. I knew it, and I let them talk me into it anyway. Well, you had a dream where you were out in the ocean on a little inflatable raft above a shallow sandbank to photograph a flock of seagulls who had gathered there. Did they have that weird hairdo? I'm making jokes. And you lost your oars and the raft lost air, but the seals help you back to the coast. Well, that's nice. So you did receive help. It's a very interesting dream. That's really cool. Oh dear, David. Yeah. Yep, I know that feeling. So I'm going to invite people in if anybody wants to come in and talk. I'm going to throw the link. I'm getting better at this. Yeah, I think that's very cool. And while I'm waiting for somebody to see if anybody responds, I think I'm going to play the intro. After all, I worked on this intro. Here you go. I understand. I used to walk a lot too, James. I used to actually lead people hiking up and down the Cuyahoga River parks. The Emerald Necklace, I used to actually lead hikes. I hiked all over the place. My friend Paul still does. He's older than me, but he didn't get the fibro. He didn't get the broken bones. And the other stuff, so he didn't get a lot of the stuff that I got. He didn't get the disabled part. So he can still walk around. Yeah. I miss walking through the woods. It's very hard to walk through the woods with a walker. And I can't go very long without sitting down. Well, thank you, CJ. Yeah, I can't go very long without having to sit down. And my balance, I find, is off. Like I could very easily spin out and fall. So I'm still trying to get that all straightened out. It's taking some time. I'm getting better though, gradually. I am gradually getting better. I can see improvement. I used to walk from town all the time. I used to walk from town back home after I would play guitar. And then I stopped being able to do that. It just got to be it was too much. It was too painful. It got to be where it took me hours to get home. What had been like a 30-minute walk turned into a couple hours because I had to keep stopping and resting. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do more little things like that opening. And I should have played it at the opening, shouldn't I? That intro. I keep forgetting I have it, but I play it at some point because I'm very proud of it. Here's another one. I'll play another one for him. I'm kind of proud of. It's not very long though. This was my first attempt at making one. Of course, I made that for October. Mm-hmm. I'm very proud about it because I don't know if you noticed, but in that clip with the water, you've got the ocean, of course, and it's purple. It's not blue, and it looks very dark, doesn't it? And that's because it's very deep. And then if you look over on the left side, you barely notice it at first because I darkened it down so the water would look kind of dark. And then I turned up the brightness enough so that you could see that ray of light on the left side. So I've got this ray of light coming in on the left side so that you see that that's coming into this dark water. So I'll play it again so you can see it. I just took a bunch of attachments off a person recently and she felt great, but she passed out. I think I was talking about this. Did I talk about this Wednesday? Can't remember. But she passed out because you have a lot of things in your head and neck and heart. Some things will make you pass out. And so it's a good thing she was lying down. And, for some things I always say, for healings, please put yourself in a safe place because we're not sure what it's going to do to you to get this clearing. It can really change things and your body can take a while to adjust. So then she went to her friend's place and he had a friend that was kind of an unsavory character crawling with attachments. And of course, they jumped her and we had to get rid of him again. But calling in her angels, she said they all just fell off her. So this is me telling you, if you have a situation like that, please don't hesitate to tell your angels what to do. They've been given to you for a reason. They're like an extension of you. And I know you all have them, because otherwise you wouldn't be here in my discussion. I've had friends like that, though. I've got some friends that are. I had a friend that was suicidal, and yeah, and she told me, and there were a couple times when I wouldn't talk to her, and she said, I was all ready to go, but I couldn't talk. I wanted to say goodbye to you. See, I knew it, but I didn't let her say goodbye. So she said I couldn't go without saying goodbye to you. I know, I said. That's why I stayed away, because I knew. I just disappeared, and somehow that broke her pattern. So, um, and then she ended up not killing herself. So, and I'm telling you, I do understand. Yeah, depression is a really big thing these days, and feelings of worthlessness are really top. A lot of people feel like worthless, like unworthy. And it seems like depression is on the rise, and stress. Yeah. So, hmm, I think I'm going to ask, is Donald okay? Is there some other reason he had that person over for dinner? The kind of crazy sounding one, the fringy sounding one. I mean, this guy sounded like far right French. People are making much of it. Oh, you struggle with people who have them. Yeah, I know. Yeah. If they're not willing to let them go, if they think they're helping them somehow, they won't let them go. Yeah. And they don't even want to acknowledge they have them. Fortunately, this person was in the know and knew that she had them. So, and was very willing, as a matter of fact, to ask for help getting rid of them. Hmm. Well, see, that's just it. This is a very hopeless kind of. They did everything they could to make us hopeless. I mean, really, everything they could, you know, made it look very hopeless, like the world was ending, like the world may well end, like you were going to lose. They made it look like you were going to lose all your friends, like we were going to have bodies stacked up like cordwood. You know, that's the way they made it look. Like, nothing was ever going to be good again. And then people kept holding on to the hope of when do we go back to normal? And then them telling people this is the new normal. And, you know, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to have to take a break, so I'm going to run another thing that I did for a minute. I have to stretch and just take care of something. My back is hurting. I'm going to run Cowboy.
Here you go, cowboy fans. Your daily dose of purrness. Sweet, fluffy little white cat belly and purrs. And Cowboy just wanted me to translate this message to you that he backs the Canadian truckers and everybody who's joining in, which is pretty much everybody. 100%. That's right. Go, truckers, go. That's what Cowboy wants me to tell you. And let's hope the whole wide world joins in. That's right. See? He agrees. There you go. Okay, have a wonderful day. Talk to you later.
See how he put his foot down? Is drawing the line in the catbox sand. None shall pass. Yeah, I found the same thing. You can't do very much about it. If they keep going to where they're going to get the hitchhikers again and again, after a while, there's not much you can do. And without permission, it's not even really a right. Oh, you just heard a joke. Yep, Cowboy supports truckers. She was sitting at a bar with your physical best friend, your one that's still alive. It's kind of not the best. It's not. I hope you don't lose the other one too. Yeah, she wanted you to know she was okay, I'm sure. Well, thank you, CJ. He's also a good actor. How many angels do I have with me? I'm not sure. A freak of a lot. I never tried counting them. A lot. You keep forgetting you're a blue Smurf too? Are you a blue? Oh, yeah. Your picture. She looked and smiled and said I was starting to wonder if you would make it. Wow. Wow, that's quite a dream. Yeah. Symbiotic. Symbiotes with a, yeah, unfortunately, some people do become, well, for better or worse. There's only one girl Smurf and she's blue. I'd be blue too. But the funny thing is, I am kind of a periwinkle blue. One of me is. I've seen myself as a blue person, a periwinkle blue person. Some of us are a little more on the purpley looking side, and some of us are more bluish. Or maybe it's just the way the lighting was in this vision. But this vision lasted several minutes. I was with one of my friends. I was with Doran. And It was kind of amazing, actually. I could see I could see this landscape that I knew wasn't a real landscape. It was some kind of a display. It was a desert. It was a display, but you could walk into it. It was part of the virtual library. Yeah, periwinkle blue. If you can't decide whether it's purple or blue, probably periwinkle. Unless it's really dark, then it's indigo. So periwinkle is kind of light indigo. So yeah, I'm looking at the I'm looking at myself in this vision. We're just sitting in a bar. We haven't even had a drink yet. We haven't even gotten our drinks. Sitting in just a neighborhood bar, and we were going to have a little chitty chat. And I think we were there because there was going to be karaoke or something. And all of a sudden, it was like I saw this person just coming at me, and I now realize it's who I'm married to on the other side. I'm married to this person, and they just kind of tackled me. They were so happy to see me, they kind of tackled me and knocked me down. And I know exactly who it is because I used to do that to them. They were letting me know who they really were. That they were somebody I knew. Somebody who's gone on now. He's not in physical right now, as far as I know. Unless he faked his death somehow, which is not impossible. But and then I saw my friend that I was sitting there with. I saw him, what he also looked like. He was another blue guy. We were very tall and thin. Kind of looked like you took a human, stretched him out, and made him blue. The hair colors were a little off too. We did have hair. I don't know if it was real hair, decoration, or what, but the hairdos looked Native American, Mayan, something. They were kind of elaborate. Egyptian, I don't know what they were supposed to be. They were braids, and there were, things done with the hair, very long hair, like sort of a Native American look almost, but maybe Mayan, maybe Aztec, maybe something else. I don't know. Just I'm not sure what you'd call that style, but and so we were just looking over this desert, standing around in the library talking. And then I looked around and I realized that everybody in the bar, I could see what else they were. I could see what their background was. And none of them were human. None of them. They were all hybrids. And I could see what kind of hybrid everybody was. I'm like, wow. So they let me see. I was, for a little while, I could see it. While I was seeing the library, it was interesting because while I was meeting with my friends at the library during this, I could also see what everybody else looked like that was sitting in that bar. Isn't that bizarre? What they really look like. And none of them were just looked like a plain old human. None of them. But we don't look like that there, I guess. Yeah, back home. I can only imagine that that had to be back home. That's what it felt like. we had a short talk, and then things kind of melted back into being more normal. But I still had the impression that I was sitting at the Mos Eisley Cantina, kind of something that kind of looked like that. Oh my goodness. Danish politician named Hans Engel, literally meaning his angel, yeah, was traffic minister and ran for prime minister chair, but then got drunk, drove 120 and had a severe car crash. Well, that's sad. I don't know, YJ. Well, there is a main Stargate right to this area. Maybe one day we'll be singing There Goes the Neighborhood. YJ, I wondered about something like that. Why are we being depopulated? Yeah. To make room? Maybe. It'd be interesting. Well, actually, if a lot of people are in PCs, you know, yeah, we've got to migrate out of the lower vibration so that we can latch onto the higher frequencies, so we can go up, go up and into a different, into a different. I think we're being moved to a different server, and then we'll be able to come out. I think we're being shifted over to something that's not gotten damaged. Then they'll probably take the take it apart, take the old one apart, and do what they can with it. See what happened. Try to make. I think we've learned quite a lot. But yeah, it kind of looks like they're putting something different in place. Like we're going to be upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, we're not in any danger ourselves, at least not immediately. But it's an interesting thought, YJ. Yeah. And I mean, they were from all over the place. It really looked sort of like the Mos Eisley Cantina. There's even somebody, was a female, that looked a bit like Jar Jar Binks. I kid you not. I'm like, no way. No way is that real. That is a real thing. Wasn't acting like it, but looked like it. I'm like, seriously? And I mean, they were different colors. People were blue, green, kind of a reddish color, kind of red orange, all different colors. Some of them were very hairy. Some of them looked a little bit more, with the great big eyes. Some of them, they just, I should draw that or try to make a piece of art based on that. That was bizarre. Very interesting. Yeah, I think ascension may be our way past all this. If we raise our vibe, like I said, somehow the lower vibrations are the worst. They're really bad. I don't know if we really, I don't know how that, I'm not sure how this all fits together exactly yet, but yeah, it probably already happened and we just won't see it for a while because the light takes a time to travel. Well, I hate to tell you, Karen Lynn, but we're already in 4. That's why we're seeing all this crap. All this weird crap that we're seeing, we're in 4. We're passing through 4 rather quickly compared to how long we were in 3. I am told that we are passing quickly through 4. So, and yeah, 4 is the weird realm which used to be our land of the dead, kind of a shadow realm of the 3. Yeah, once we get through 4, but see, we've talked about this before. When I go to feel it, I can feel that I'm barely, barely touching 3 now. I'm deeply in 4. I'm right in the middle of 4, and I'm hitting the boundaries of density 5. The next place. That's what it looks like in my head, and that's what it feels like. So we're very close, very close. And it won't look that different for a little while. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. Is that why the genetic hack lied to you about distances? Yeah. If everything's closer, well, is it closer or just easier to move between than we've been told? After all, um, could it be that really, between the stargates and everything, they're not that far away, really? And maybe you're right. It could even be physical. Oh, you have a Jar Jar beside you on a shelf next to Obi-Wan and Anakin. Yeah. I named one of my cats that would not touch the floor. She wanted to walk on furniture all the way around the room. She would walk on furniture all the way around the room. She would jump from furniture to furniture. She didn't want to touch the floor. We called her Angican Chair Walker. In 2010, all these worlds are yours to explore, except Io. Attempt no landing there. Ah, isn't that interesting, Io? Io, Io. So off to work I go. Io. I wonder what that has to do with it, with debt. Stay there and perish. Probably not if they could move. A perpetual game of lava. Lava. You would never know how good heaven or home was if you never walked through hell. Well, that's just the thing. A lot of people here think they have it so bad in the United States, and there are other places that make this make our worst places look like a walk in the park. Yeah, uh, we just have so much screw uppery. I won't call it what some people call it. Some people call it fuckery and worse. But yeah, we have so much stuff that's just really screwed up. It's not even true. And we've been taught like it's a fact. You have some Star Wars piggy banks, James. We're all geeks, aren't we? And Karen had a black cat named Yoda. We're all geeks. That's right. The Big Bang is bullshit. And that has been told us over and over and over and over and over and over and harped on and harped on and harped on as a fact. And it's complete bullshit. You know what? That's true. They would have evacuated already. Oh, yeah. Maybe they would have evacuated about 50 or 75 years ago when we really started hearing about abductions and ships. Maybe. What if there's a correspondence there? Oh, a ceramic black Darth Vader head. Yeah, I remember that. I had a friend that had that. Oh, Ahsoka Tano was Anakin's apprentice before he became big. I see. Circle K has candy. Oh, you're my best friend. Hello, friend. Get in the van, everyone. ah, brought snacks for everybody to the Batmobile. Okay, I'll bring the Gorilla Glue. Wow. So basically, what we've got here is a lot of people saying this feels like um, Circle K. We were just talking about the dreams. I had like 3 dreams in a row that were all consecutive. Never had that before. So you're going to have to wind back to hear about those. But it's like, it sounds like most people are of the consensus they probably were prophetic ones and we probably should pay attention. So look out for big sheep with guns, or sheep with big guns, or big sheep with big guns from the air, coming in from the air. Oh, could it be the airwaves? In which case it would be maybe an ideological spraying, poisoning. Maybe it represents airwaves. I don't know. You tell me. Karen and Karen. Are you both Karen and Sharon? Are you sharing the name Karen? I'm a Karen, depending on who's saying. I have Karen wig in there. I had to stop wearing it. It was even it had sort of fuchsia, and it was black and gray and fuchsia. People didn't know it was a wig. They thought it was my hair too. You can see it in my video about entities dealing with ghosts or something like that. It's in one of my old videos. Anyway, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're all rebels, all of you. Glue some change on the sidewalk and I've seen that. And then people try to pick it up. Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah. So look out for sheep with guns. Sheeple with guns. Um, hmm. Well, like I said, that's pretty much all I had to say. Was asking you about these dreams, and so we can go on to whatever woo you want now. You just say you're pure blood and they run. Ah, 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 ah. I just had to sit down somebody today who's been sick ever since she got the last experiment and said, honey, I hate to tell you, but you weren't listening to me before, but please listen to me now. The experiments are killing people. They're hurting people. If she asks me for more help, I will help her, but I'm not sure. I think there are going to be help for people. There's going to be help for people who had to, like, for instance, take it or get fired and they had families to feed and stuff. I think there's going to be help for them. Yeah. Wow, Karen. Karen Lynn. Wow. The name of Sharon. Wow. Well, she's probably watching over you. Yeah, she is still with you. Yeah. Oh, it must be hard to lose a twin. Yeah. Sad to hear that. However, yeah, I can see that she's, in fact, that might be the reason she had to leave. Maybe one of you had to work on one side and one of you had to work on the other side. That happens sometimes because that's what's happening now with me and my guy I used to be close to. He's working on his side and I'm working on mine, and we're actually working together. Well, Gemini, where's Gemini? It's Gemini. I didn't see Gemini. Come in. Gemini came in there. It's not showing up. Gosh, why am I so late? Hello, Gemini. I didn't see you until just now. Oh, you just woke up. Wow. So she passed away like 3 days before the birthday. Interesting, huh? Well, hello, Gemini. Okay. If you want to tell us, Circle K, we're all ears. Well, actually, some of us are eyes and some other body. I've got all my body parts right now, pretty much. But we're watching, we're reading. Yeah, it helps to have friends. It sure does. Yeah, those weren't dreams, Circle K, says YJ. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling like a lot of us are going to have these quote unquote dreams. So that's why I'm doing this. Wait, there. If you want to come in and talk to us. Oh, little personal. Okay, I understand. Can you give us like a basic gist of what it was trying to tell you? Or is it just that personal? In which case, we'll just leave you alone and pry into it later. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, I think we're all going to be having a ramp up in communications. So, if you're not getting communications, you may get some. If you are getting communications, you may get more. Uh, get by with a little help from my friends. That's right. Yeah, kind of. I've been thinking about that a lot. I've pretty much taken it on board that it could be a fact, and probably is, because so many things that seem kind of crazy are turning out to be true. You know, it was a few years back that I had a vision that I was standing at kind of it looked like a valley below, that I was going down into almost a hole in the earth. And that I was going on a journey, and I guess I was. So huge uptick in ET contact coming during December. I'm thinking that's probably true. Yeah, the energies are intense lately. It's true. We're going through a very interesting patch of the universe, as well as, yeah, face me. Okay. Yeah, as well as a very interesting time in our planet's life. Inner Earth. Yeah, I'm not sure, but we have, when we were in Max's class, Max Vision class, he gave us a target and we flew through something. And later we found that the target was Middle Earth. And we did see from above, we flew through it. We saw continents and water and people and everything. So apparently we did really see it. So apparently it exists because that was the target. So, and so if that exists, interesting. Another thing that I'm going to mention is, have you heard that some rivers on Earth are drying up? The Euphrates, I think, is one of the ones that's drying up. And there are predictions about what happens when that dries up. But that's a definite end times thing when the Euphrates dries up. What I'm thinking is as the ice cap melts, maybe something comes unblocked and that water gets diverted. Maybe what's really happening is that. What do you think of that? Yeah, I used to have trouble with my watches, YJ. That may be a sign of an attachment, though, YJ. You may want to check yourself. And then sometimes we just do that when we're doing a lot of energy work. So it can be either one of those. Right, they're transdimensional. They can get through a solid wall. Right, Dennis Castle, I and I laugh. I know some people call you DC. They used to call me DC. I used to be DC. It's kind of funny. We're all connected in kind of weird ways. That was one of my what they used to call me because my first and middle name, now middle name, I took my maiden name as my middle name when I got married. Max had us remote view ourselves. I wasn't there for that. How did that go? No, not Max Egan, Max Vision. Um, yeah. Well, there appears to be a mantle part, but yeah, his furry Max remote view, um, and his name is John, and yeah, his furry overlord is actually Max. So he's got a furry overlord too, but that one has a tail. Oh my goodness, Justin. Oh dear, that sounds dangerous. That guy sounds dangerous. I was thinking of a song, and you know what? It was based on a Santa Claus song. Because a lot of people have a very poor view of Santa Claus these days. I noticed he didn't have class this week. I thought it was just me, but you're saying he just didn't. Something must have happened. Oh, see yourself in 5 years. Oh, oh, okay. TMJ and sinus infection, a lot of 5G. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. He was talking about that. He was talking about how they were turning it up. Isn't it funny that they had to put in 5G as we're trying to get in, as we're trying to rise to 5D? Doesn't it kind of feel like 5D is an attempt to keep us away from that 5G is maybe to keep us down? I don't think there's any I don't think there's any coincidences like that. Yes. I remember last week he did sound bad. Cowboy, I never would have thought, I never would have picked cowboy, the cowboy type of cat. I never would have picked a Manx cat, a black and white Manx cat. If I had a whole bunch of cats, I never once would have picked a black and white Manx cat. For no other reason, but just I wouldn't have thought of to pick one out. But I hear from people who have known Manxes before that they're kind of unusual. They have their own kind of strange ways. So um, I get a chance to find out what Manxies are like. And well, if they're anything like my little guy, they're really a great cat. Yeah, yeah, that's what I think, Karen Lynn. It is a weapon. It is meant to be a weapon too. They're just selling it like so many other things. They're selling it as something to help us, but it's not. It's funny how his is sort of like a little sheep's tail because he comes from Isle of Man, that breed of cat, the Manx, and where there are sheep, and he has a little sheep tail, like one vertebra, and he keeps his butt covered. I think it's probably to keep them from getting cold to hold in the heat because they come from a cold place. So having your tail up, sticking up all the time would not be probably the best. It'd probably freeze your tail, freeze your ass off, literally, right? So their tails cover their butts, keeps in the heat. That's what I think is going on with them. Yeah. Oh, there was a show this afternoon. Oh, um, Roger of Mud Fossil University thinks Jupiter might be pregnant. Yeah, I could take a look and see if I see anything. Or you could do a few things to get rid of attachments if you possibly have them. One or the other and see if it changes anything. But yeah, sometimes when you do energy work, uh, it can also have that effect of draining your watch. But people with an attachment will often have not be able to wear watches because they will get drained on a regular basis. Wow. Yeah. Um, Well, in which case that would be, yeah, because I saw the Mud Fossil University. And if you aren't subbed to Mud Fossil University, go do that. I want to invite Roger on for a guest. I think he would be a very interesting guest. He seems to be a brilliant man to me. He's come up with a lot of very brilliant thinking. Yeah, Jupiter, I remember when it got hit by by something. You know what I got? I saw it. There was almost some kind of war. It was like there was some kind of war going on, some kind of fighting. It's what I was seeing, and they were saying, no, it's an asteroid. And I'm thinking, it's a war. There was something going on with Jupiter having to do with a war. I could see it. There was fighting. It was turning, whatever the blasts were turning everything green. Well, here's the interesting thing. We don't know exactly how some of these things happen. But if Jupiter's eye is not an eye, but a vagina, which is what Roger says, he thinks it's a vagina because it's changing. And the last time Jupiter had a child, this is really weird because they had Jupiter as being, the father god, but Jupiter had Venus, spit out Venus, came from his head, supposedly. Um, Either the legend is either she sprang from his head, or the other version is that Hera cut off his member, performed a Lorena Bobbitt, and threw it into the sea, and it became Venus. But Venus, according to people who have looked into this, last time that Venus came, I mean, the last time that Jupiter gave birth to a planet, it was Venus, and it caused a hell of a lot of trouble on this planet. It would have been a horrendous um, extinction event. People would have become nearly extinct from that because it would have disrupted the surface for a long, long time. It could be. Yeah, if the Greys are around. Yeah, you might want to. You know what? I know what to send you then. I'm going to send you. I know what to send you. But I need your address. YJ. You took your address away. You sent it to me and then you took it away. Now I can't send you anything. The message you sent that had your address is missing. What? The great sign in heaven happened in 2017. Ah, that's interesting, Karen. So we may be in for a rough 2023 and 2024. I predict that's probably true. It's definitely a strap your surfboards on. Either tighten your seatbelt or strap on your. You're gonna have to hold on. It's gonna be really wavy. It's gonna be really bumpy. Um, well, Overlander, there are things you can do about that. It's bleeding. What's bleeding? You mean, yeah, you sent it and you sent it with when you were talking about it's the one where I told you, don't worry, I'm not going to give your info to anybody. You were concerned about that. That one disappeared and I had an opportunity to send you something that I could have sent it to you for $1. They're having a special sale. It's like, because I know the postage is going to be something, sending you anything I send you. The postage is going to be something, but I want to send you something for your birthday. Hope you get it in time. Yeah, I told you I sent you an email saying what is your address? Oh, worked out what molecule our system was, but you forgot. Find out. I would be very interesting to find out what we are. Oh, 7 years since, okay. So that would be 2017. 7 years, yeah. Okay, 7 years. And then what? Because interestingly, the people that I know that said they reset the matrix said it was going to be like something like 4 years and 7 months. And we're already at the 4 years and I think like 3 months. So we've only got about 4 more months until the total reset. So chances are we're going to see things just collapse and just shut down if we don't get moved to a different server. That is, because I think we're already not in the primary server. I think we're already out of. Um, I think we're already out of the old one. We're in a temporary place right now. It feels like maybe that's what 4 is, just a temporary place. Maybe that's all 4D is. And then 5 is where you finally get to uh, finally maybe reality. I don't know. I haven't got there yet. It's already been pretty rough. Oh, talking about Jupiter's red eye. Yeah. Well, it's not going to be lucky for us if it comes screaming through this way, because yeah, Venus wasn't. Uh, Venus sure was not healthy for us. Matter of fact, might have been the event that tore away our extra atmosphere that we had, because we had a lot denser atmosphere at one time. So it is said. Okay, James. Okay, and I want you guys to look this up. Mud Fossil University. Mud Fossil University. And the proprietor's name is Roger. And mud fossils, of course, are bodies that have fallen in mud and became fossils, fossilized. And he's found fossilized everything, fossilized giants, fossilized dragons, fossilized fauna and flora. And it appears that the entire place that we're living on is a corpse. Just nothing but corpses piled on top of corpses. Everything you see, everything is corpses on top of corpses, and a lot of the mountains are melted cities. That's what the mud flood people are about. They look into some of these places that are supposed to be all, just natural bluffs and mountains and stuff, and they find brickwork. They're not natural at all. So some of these hills and mountains are not natural. They are cities, destroyed cities. So we're living in a ghost town, which is about right for passing through the forest. Wouldn't that be what we'd find? Wouldn't that be ironic? We're finding that we're living in a ghost town. Very funny. But I want to. I want to, YJ. Okay, I'm gonna send you something that. Oh, okay. James Ortiz. Okay. Roger explains it much more. Oh, yeah. Jupiter's vagina is supposedly bleeding. Well, you know, he's really made me think in different ways. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Looks like Jupiter may be getting ready to spit out another planet. Tried to tell people the planets are alive. Oh, okay. Kola borehole. Oh, the Kola borehole. Plankton fossils were found. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, very high heat down there. It's really hot. Farther down you go. March 12th, the expected 40-degree mark where the magnetic pole gets to the point where the poles flip. Right. I have been told I will be taken care of through the whole thing. And I will be alive in this body for a long time yet, whatever that means. And there will be a lot of things I'll learn to do in this body. So, whatever is happening, but I am in no position to, I'm in no place at this point to survive a pool flip. So, if that were to happen, um, I would definitely have to be taken aboard a ship or underground or something to survive it because where I'm living right now wouldn't make it, probably. However, remember, we're making the future. Therefore, I'll make it so that maybe we avert the pole flip. We avert the flip over. We can avert the flip over. I believe we can. I am going to avert the flip over. Yeah, 4D is the bridge. That's the way I'm seeing it too. It's just like the intermediate place. Right. Yeah, things aren't as old as they say. And we know for a fact that the Vatican had it 1,000 years. Right. Yeah, maybe Jupiter has PMS. Who knows? Oh, yeah, I saw that too, that one of the moons is really interesting. Women can't live with them. Yeah, yeah. So basically, yeah, we have things going on in this solar system, never a dull moment. Much as they try to say, it's never a dull moment, though. Don't let them snow you. Pardon me. Let's see if this makes any difference. Maybe. Put on, I have one of these little, uh, supposed to be lucky bracelets I got really cheap on Wish. I like the dragon there. But it's a little small. It's definitely Asian sized. Let's see if this changes anything. I'm beginning to get kind of tired. My back hurts. You know, we're going to have to start doing healings here again. I think we're going to, or then we're going to have maybe a party for my birthday. I don't know. Oh, clouds on Titan. That'll be interesting. Until 30 or 40. We might be gone by then. We might be gone on our own way. That would give us a little time to get going. 8 points toward the edge. Okay. See if this helps any. Feels nice and cool. Captain Kirk, that away. Wet socks, broken dikes, and flooded cities. No kidding. If the moon returns to a more elliptical orbit. Well, that's just it, James Ortiz. Last time it became Venus. So who knows what it would become this time. Okay, I'm going to do the exercises where we feel better. The 9th. My birthday's the 9th, so it's coming right up. It's just Santa baby. Right. Santa baby. Slip a sable under the tree. Fool me. Been an awful good girl. Santa baby. Hurry down the chimney tonight. Probably stay close to its mother for a while, yeah. Apparently, planets have families, and this is a planetary family. Apparently, um, apparently, a solar system is a planetary family. They reproduce, they're alive, they have families like us. apparently. So, makes sense. If planets are a living organism, that means they would reproduce. I guess it makes perfect sense. Although we're not used to thinking that way, are we? Yeah, the alignments would all change. If it's that kind of a mama, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Well, a lot of things could happen, that's for sure. There's no telling what, from our point of view, what could happen. Yeah, I'll probably come online that day and yeah, we'll have a party. Bring all your party favors. We have a party. A party. I'm going to do the exercises now because I'm feeling the need for it. This is helping. My Shugite is helping with the flower of light, but I feel like we all need this. So get yourself in a comfortable position. Don't be driving. Put yourself somewhere safe so that you don't fall out of your chair accidentally or something. You know, don't try to be balancing anything while you're doing this. Just get into a relaxed posture and close your eyes gently. Take a big deep breath and let it out. And then just feel yourself expand. Just feel yourself expand. You are not the size of this little body, and you keep trying to stuff yourself. We always try to stuff ourselves into these little bodies, and they're really just avatars, and we can't fit in there. So, will you please now expand yourself out as big as you actually are, which is really quite large? When you expand, you find you can expand and expand and expand and expand and expand. And you're really quite a bit bigger than the solar system and all that stuff. Heck, we might be bigger than galaxies. I don't know. Um, but we are bigger than this sim. So let yourself expand. And if you feel how good this feels, let me know in the chat. Mhm. Interesting. Jim Morrison had a story about an attachment? Really? Okay, Pope Francis. I don't know anything about the popes, not Catholic, so I don't know anything about them. Oh, you said Jim Morrison. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I'd have to think about it myself. You know, that's interesting. When I expanded, yes, my back stopped hurting quite so much. That really helped. Okay, next exercise. Okay, are you guys ready? Next exercise. Let's do the breathing one. Oh, Jimi Hendrix, yeah, Jim Morrison and Jimi Hendrix both know things. So does Janice. They all know things now. They've been on the other side long enough. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm going to do the breathing exercise now. You ready? This is going to give you a lot more energy. If you do this daily, you'll have a lot more energy. Ready? Okay, what you're going to do is we're going to breathe in as far as we can breathe in. Belly breathe. We're going to hold it to a count of 24, and then we're going to release it really fast. Then we're going to reuptake oxygen again. And then we're going to hold it, and then we're going to blow it out, and then we're going to reuptake oxygen. We're going to do this for at least 5 reps right now, maybe 10 if people don't pass out. But you should feel actually pretty good after this. It'll get rid of a lot of junk. Okay, get ready. Did that feel very peaceful? Yes, that felt very good. Yes, it usually does. Usually feels quite good to be told just go ahead and relax and spread yourself out everywhere. Yes. Okay, now we're going to do the breathing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, now here's the thing. When you do this, you'll find that you'll be able to take in a little bit more oxygen each time, usually. After a while, you're taking in a pretty full breath. It'll help you breathe. It'll help you get a good full breath, okay? So that's the exercise, breathing exercise. And if you do it for 10 reps, you will feel a lot better. You'll start to have more energy. I keep forgetting to do it myself, but it's easy to do. You just have to be sure you're sitting down because holding your breath for that long for some people, you know, can make you dizzy. So Jimmy and Janice, come on. I used to see Janice all the time. She was one of my first celebrity hauntings. I saw her all the time. She really liked street musicians. She was out on the corner with me quite often. Yep, Janice, come on in. Ah, okay. Steven Spielberg, Brad Pitt, Christina Aguilera, Joseph Stalin. Oh, all on December 18th. Wow. They're all of them are Sages. Wow. And I'm that weird sign, that Ophiuchus. Me and RJ are that Serpentarius sign. We're the one that got changed. Isn't that weird? Okay. Next exercise. Please let me know how this feels after we do it. We're going to send the roots down. We're going to take the elevator down. We're going to break out on the other side. And I don't know where this huge space is that you end up. It might be inner earth. I don't know. But this is what one of my teachers taught me to do. You send yourself down through the earth. You keep going down, go down real fast. Real fast, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Going down, 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 real fast, real down, 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 down. And then haven't quite felt it. Yes, boom, there it is. And then you break through to something. When you break through, break on through to the other side, there's a lot of space there and it feels very calm. So I ask you to please try it and tell me what you think. Whatever this place is, it feels very calm. Whatever this place is, way down deep past everything where it's open. Anybody gets any ideas about what is really going on here? Because it was one of my access consciousness teachers, and they're into a lot of really weird esoteric stuff. So I don't know. She didn't say where this was. Is this Agartha? I don't know. Can we send ourselves all the way down to Agartha where it feels safe? Feels a lot safer there and very spacious. Yeah, exactly. Break on through to the other side. Somehow, if you do that, you will feel it's very spacious on the other side. Yes, I guess we'll call this the Jim Morrison exercise then, shall we? When I say we're going to do the Jim Morrison exercise. Did anybody else manage to do that? Yeah, well, he was quite a poet, wasn't he? Day destroys the night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side. You can break on through to the other side. That's a real thing. Did he know that? Maybe. Or maybe it was just interesting lyrics based on something else that just really happened to apply. Ah, Karen Lynn says it's beautiful plants supplying light. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's Agartha. I think we break on through to Agartha. I think when we break on through that space we feel is probably Agartha. Hi, Agarthians. My tailbone doesn't hurt as much. So now please align your chakras. All you have to do is just push them back. And you know how to do this. All I have to just say, all you have to think is, oh yeah, I'm pushing my chakras. But you will feel them go back and snap to your spine. This is part of how this system works. And then if they're not aligned side to side, align them. This works best if you're sitting up as straight as you can or standing as straight as you can. So make sure they're all back and all aligned. Lined up, you'll feel a lot better. And as we said in one of the shows, I don't quite understand this, but um, somehow we use our chakras almost like appendages. They are part of us, And we use our chakras to do things, which is why when our heart goes out to somebody, our heart really goes out. We have to put it back in. We have to pull it back in and realign it because our heart chakra really can go out. Yes, we'll call it the Jim Morrison exercise after him. I wonder about that too. Because sometimes, a lot of times yeah, I think you may be right about that you may end up, if the target is not somewhere you should be, that you end up taken somewhere safer, defaulting to somewhere safer. Yeah, me too. I know. Well, that sure is helping my back. Wow, I really take myself out of I really reach out with these. Maybe that's part of what the pains are. Could it be that it's like when you have a workout, when you work out with these appendages we call our chakras, when you're really using them a lot, could it be that, or when you're overextending those chakras or they're not in the right place, that it can hurt, just like something being out of line in your physical body, your energy body can have the same effect and it can cause pain, maybe. Interesting. Or bad side effects. But yeah, I always feel better after I do these exercises. I'm going to do a clearing. Are you ready? Okay. Get ready. I'm going to do a clearing. Let's see, what clearing do we need most? If you agree, just say I agree. I'll ask a question. You don't have to answer the question. I'm only asking the question so that it brings up the energy. Okay? That's the only reason I'm asking it. So you don't have to answer. The energy will just come up to be resolved. Okay? And then I'll ask you, would you be willing to uncreate and destroy this? And if you agree, then just say or think or type yes. And then I will do the clearing and you will probably feel different. Ready? Yeah. Okay. Okay. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do I have? Do we have that somehow we have to be in pain? That pain is, that these aches and pains are just normal part of growing older and we have to have aches and pains. Would we be willing to uncreate and destroy all that? I say yes. Okay. I now uncreate and destroy all that times a godzillion times a godzillion. Black and pop. Okay. I now uncreate and destroy all that times a godzillion times a godzillion. Black and pot. I now uncreate and destroy all that. Okay. It's a lot better. There's layers. You might have to go through layers. Hope that helped. If that helped with your pain, let me know. Anybody who's in pain, anybody who has pains. See if that helped with your pain. Okay. Because it might take layers. It might take like more than once. Some things take more than a few times. Some things I'm still working on, like that one. Okay. So, ooh, let's try this one. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do we have that we can't regenerate teeth and limbs and things? That's just not something people do. That's starfish only. We can't do that. That's ridiculous, right? Can't just spontaneously regrow things, limbs, teeth. Would you be willing to ungreat and destroy all that? I would. Times a godzillion, times a godzillion. Pock and pod, pock and pod, pock and pod. I don't know. If we do this often enough, we might start growing things back. I'd like to have my teeth back that I've lost. Here's Cowboy. Here's the boy, the important boy. Say hello to your fans. There he is, Mr. Silky White Important Person. Look at look at you. Look at the way you look. So regal there. In your purple cover there, like a king and purring. Yes, Mom loves you. You are a sweet boy. Mommy's sweet little boy. Such a such a pretty little guy. Oh, it did help. Okay. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind having some of those brownies. You grew 3 sets of teeth in your upper mouth. How did you do it, Justin? Or did it just happen? You probably have Anunnaki genes, Anunnaki, whatever it is. Everybody tells me something different. I don't know. I used to call them Anunnaki. Paul calls them Anunnakis. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, microdose is me. Yeah. Ah, okay. Let's see, what else can we do to help ourselves here? I don't know why I'm getting told to tell you this because I was not taught this by anybody. But starting with your tailbone, and it's sort of like you as a being can do this. Just kind of almost like a tear off tab, almost like one of those coverings that you take off, plastic covering that you take off of something. If you start at the tailbone, it's like there's something that wants to come off, and you just peel it up all the way up, all the way up, and it peels right off, and it comes off, goes in to be recycled, recycled, whatever that is. Wow, that felt good. Nobody ever told me that one. That one's a new one. whatever gets on your spine, man, it needs to be taken off, cleaned off sometimes. Yeah, we must do some stuff with our spines too. Oh, you get freaky thoughts. Well, and then, yeah, it's been reported repeatedly. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I've heard of that happening just in case that people keep regrowing teeth. Um, I sample that. I want that ability. Did it hurt? Like teething pains? When it grow in? Do you mind if I sample that? I'm just going to make a copy. See if this works. Make a copy. It's not going to do anything to you. See if I can copy it. I don't know. Some things I can do like that if I ever figure it out. Some things I have managed to do. Like one time I knew somebody who was autistic. The problem is he didn't have a good filing system. Trying to file things was just really hard for him. He didn't have any way to separate out everything. Everything was all in one glob. It was really made life hard for him. So I managed to clone or copy my filing system and install it in him, in his program, so that he had a filing system. After that, things got considerably easier for him. Now, how did I do that? Apparently, we can do things like that sometimes. When I feel like I can do something like that, I try it. What, you know, never ventured, never gained. You're quite welcome. Yeah. Well, the Anunnaki had two sets of teeth, one behind the other. Yeah, we need to copy that one and insert that in the program. Grow new teeth. Maybe we can do it so it only activates when we want it to. Okay, that helped my back a lot. Yeah, see these exercises. Okay, I'm going to do the roots down, the branches up one. I'm going to do the song, so follow me on the song. You can sing along if you know the words. If you don't, you can just listen and imagine what I'm saying. Mother, I send my roots down, send my roots down, till I feel the beating of your heart. Mother, I send my roots down, send my roots down, till I feel the beating of your heart. And I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. Oh, I send my branches up, send my branches up till I feel your energy. Father, I send my branches up, send my branches up till I feel your energy. I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. Oh, I know I am a child of earth and the sky. I feel love. I know I'm a child of the earth and the sky. I feel love. I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. Oh, somebody else whose hair changed color. Hair and eyes also changed color several times. Me too. You had long black hair and blue eyes. Then your hair turned whitish golden and your eyes turned grayish brown. Well, that's strange. That's certainly something strange in the Matrix. Then your hair and eyes both got dark brown, almost black. Then you lost your hair and it came back and it was black on the sides and white on the top. And now it's all white and very sparse. Oh my God. That's quite a. See, mine came in, I guess, what they call a towhead, blonde, white blonde. Mine came in white blonde. Then it turned just blonde. Then it turned kind of a reddish color. And then it turned more dark. And sort of, so it got more brown. And then it got blonde again. And then it got actually, but still, in all of this, when the sun shines on my hair, it's red. It always is a shade of red in the sunlight. I have such weird hair. I used to go to these shows and wonder who they were talking about. The redhead. Redhead. Me? You're talking about me? And then I saw myself in a mirror and it's like, my hair does look red. Because before I was seeing myself, I was sitting in a tent or I was sitting indoors or I was something else. And I'd watched my hair change because there was this certain lighting, like certain fluorescent lighting. My hair would look really blonde. Then I go into incandescent, it'd be brown. And then I go outside and all of a sudden it's red. It's red as anything. It's like, wow, this is fun. And I've met other people with it too. Other people have this kind of hair. So we're told the Sasquatch have color changing hair too. It'll start to change to the color of its surroundings. Color changing hair is apparently a thing. And CJ says maybe I need the filing system. Maybe we'll have to talk about it at some point. Volcanelli claimed that the body can renew itself, teeth included. if you stay 3 days in total darkness. Well, did you stay 3 days in total darkness, Justin? Had to ask. Expose your wide open eyes to the sunrise and finally spend 40 days in total darkness. I'm sure it would do something, yeah. Thank you, CJ. Oh, your hair looks purple now that it's graying? Seriously? I'm not going to be surprised by much of anything. Because when I saw us back home, our hair was most of us, I I get the impression we have different colors of hair, but it has different tones, like uh, highlights. Some people have more reddish, some people have more purple, some people have blue. I suppose there might be green or something out there too. I don't know. All I've seen is the red, the blue, and the purple highlights in the hair. So it's dark hair with highlights is what it seems to be. So, oh, your genes are Hungarian, Gypsy, Spanish Gypsy, Viking, and a little British. So you were born under a wandering star. Those are all people that like to get around. That's pretty interesting. Well, a lot of us could say we're awake all night long. Well, I hope that you enjoyed these exercises. And I absolutely love talking to you guys. You really are a ray of sunshine for me. And I feel that you are my family. And so I'm going to tell you I love you. I'm going to say I hope I helped you. Truth is where you find it. I hope you're finding some on my channel. Yeah. Oh, your hair is always three colors. You're a calico. You know what? And mine has been when I let it get long, it usually gets three different colors because it bleaches out in the sun. So it's different levels of bleach. It gets kind of ombre. Justin has a gypsy soul. Calico. Circle K is a calico. Yeah. So I just make sure that I tell you. Blonde hair with natural red and black stripes. Well, that's I never saw that one. Black, red and black stripes. Never saw that. You have some rather unusual people over there in Denmark, don't you? Yes. What I'm telling you is it's about time for me to toddle off because we've been on nearly 4 hours, which is horrible for the algorithms, but I love you guys and hate to go. And I want to hear from you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be on about the same time, 10 o'clock. I'll be on at 10 o'clock. Every time I come on, it'll be about 10 o'clock. Okay, and it'll be Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. And I hope to see you there because it would be very, uh, very good to be with you all again. because I think we do very well together here. Yeah, I think we really help each other a lot by sharing our stories. And if anybody would like to um, get in touch with me, be on the show, or for any other reason, this is my email, oceandiana@gmail.com. And if anybody would like to send me a tip, this is my PayPal. Okay, oceandiana@gmail. So there you go. Okay. Please like, share, subscribe, invite your friends. You know, YJ has some great ideas for growing the channel. I'm not sure how to do it yet. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. If anybody else does too, please get in touch with me. I am really happy to talk to people. Okay. And have a happy tomorrow. And most of you in here, I would be comfortable with you also having my phone. So I think probably any of you that are in here right now, you could have my phone. I'd be fine with that. So, but you get that in MeWe. We have MeWe.com. And our group is the Galactic Loop Group. So remember, you are divine. You are creators. You can and do change reality all the time. So don't sit around thinking that you can't change anything and it's out of our hands. It's in our hands. We just have to get rid of our attitudes that we can't do it, that have been installed, okay, as part of the game. I mean, really, you could, this kind of a game, you couldn't play it right if you could remember, that I'm really a god and I have godlike superpowers, you know. So, well, we're working our way into God mode, okay, superpower God mode. Then things will really rock and roll, okay. We'll get there. I have faith. Okay. Lovely to see you all. Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope to see you Wednesday. Okay. 4 hours. I need a break. And